Hi, welcome to this video tutorial on how to build an e-learning web application in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayuba or John Ugwamo Azu, and in this application here we are going to learn how to create an e-learning web app, just like what we have in the education ecosystem, a minified version of that. We're going to create that in ASP.NET and C#, and I'm going to walk you through all the basics and all the nitty-gritties on how to create such applications. I'm a software developer from Nigeria in Africa, and also a blockchain developer. If you've been on my channel on the education ecosystem, you will have probably viewed my tutorials on blockchain and the .NET programming language. So in this new exciting tutorial, we are going to learn how to build an e-learning web app in ASP.NET and C#. So what is an e-learning web app? It's just an online platform where instructors can sign up and post course materials, be it videos, be it text, be it images, and then students can also sign up and then view those course materials and learn from it. Instructors could decide to give quiz on those materials they posted, and students can take a quiz, and then they get to see they get to be examined, and then they get to see their grade at the end of the day to show that they have actually learned from what they have read or what they have watched. So that is the case of what we are going to do in this video tutorial. So if you look at here, I said overview of our learning app web app. We're going to have instructors and we're going to have students. So this will be the two actors that will use the system. Now the instructors will perform the following action. First of all, they will register on the platform, and then they can add courses, then they can prepare quiz, and then they can prepare answer to those quiz. So they can prepare quiz at the end of each course, and then they will also give answers to those quiz. So for example, once they upload a course and they prepare a quiz or question about that particular course, they can give different answers to that quiz, that question they asked, and one of it will be a correct answer. It's just going to be like a multi-choice answer in which one is going to be a correct answer. So that's how it's going to be. And then students will log into the platform, they will register into the platform, log in and view courses, take a quiz, and then get to see their grade, their performance. So they see their performance and see how their level of understanding what they have just read or what they have just watched is. So that's what we are going to build, and our database is going to look like this. It's just going to be a very simple database, but very simple, but of course it's going to be very powerful because it's going to cover what we want to do in this minified version of building an education ecosystem like kind of application. So the first thing, we're going to have instructor. We're going to have instructor table, where we're going to capture the following fields. We'll have instructor ID, which is going to be an integer. We'll have instructor name, and then the instructor username. So this table will have these fields with this information here. So the username will be the username that the instructor uses to log into the application. So we're going to store a session of this username, which we are going to use throughout any action that the instructor will have to take on this application. Then we're going to have this table also called courses, in which the instructor will add courses onto the system, and then we're going to have course ID, the instructor ID, or the instructor username, depending on how we want it. Actually, it's going to be a session that's will be stored here. Just there's going to be a connection between the instructor table and the courses table. So for each course there must be an instructor. So if we have like an instructor can have a whole lot of courses, so the instructor ID here is going to come in as a foreign key. Then we're going to have the course title and then the course contents. Now I left the course content here as string because we're going to use a special kind of ASPX control, DevExpress control, called HTML text editor. So we can add both string, videos, and text. I'm going to show you how we do that. The videos actually are going to be a link of a video. So if the instructor want to post a video, he can post the link of a video here. Then we're going to have questions after the courses. So for each course, you can see we have course ID as an integer. For each course, there will be series of questions that we're going to store in this questions table, and then we're going to have answers. So for each question on each course, we're going to have the answer. Then we're going to have 3 different kind of options that are not the answer to the question. So that once a student view those questions and he provides an answer, we're going to check on these 4 options here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to check which one he selected, so that we can be able to use that to grade the student at the end of the day. Then after that, we also have these tables here, students. So we have student table where we store the student ID, student name, and then the student username, in which, of course, like I told you, anything that has to do with students here, we are also going to store a session of that. So once the student logs in, the student can view a course and then take a quiz. After taking a quiz, he answers questions to those quiz, and then we're going to store his answers here. So you can see we have grade ID, student ID, course ID, the course he took, then question ID, the question he's answering, and then we're going to see the student's answer and then the correct answer that we have from this table here, which is the correct answer here. So we're going to have the student's answer and the correct answer. So if the student's answer and the correct answer is the same thing, that means the student has passed that particular question. So we're going to mark him. So we can use this at the end of the day to know the student's grade. So this is just going to be the simple database table that we're going to create, in which in the next session, of course, we will start creating this database table in our SQL server using the SQL Management Studio. So like I said, my name is Ayuba Ojonugwamoazu. I'm a software developer from Africa, Nigeria, and I hope you are going to enjoy this video tutorial with me. So sit back, relax, and let's see how we get things rolling. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to session 1 on this video series on how to build an e-learning web app in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayuba Ojonugwamoazu, and in this session 1 here, we are going to continue from what we discussed in the last video by creating our database table on SQL Server or Microsoft SQL Server. So if you have Microsoft SQL Server like I do, the Management Studio, you can just fire that up. So I just search for it. I have it here. I have SQL Server 2014 Management Studio, so I can open that, and we open the Management Studio. The Management Studio makes creating SQL Server tables very, very easy for us. So just wait for that to fire up, then we can start creating our database tables. So we just wait for that to come up. Okay, good. So then you log into your SQL server. So I'm using localhost. So dot also is the same thing as localhost. So if you don't know the name of your computer, you can usually use dot as your server name. So I'm going to connect to this by clicking on this. So good, so we are connected to the SQL Server database, and then so I go to the database engine and click on this. Cool, so you can see I have a list of my database that I've created before here. Now we just go to database here, we'll right click on that, click new database. Okay, so we give the database name, we can say e-learning DB, and you can see we can just leave the default here, the initial size 3 MB, and then of course it grows, it's unlimited. So we just leave this and then we click OK. So good, so you can see we have our e-learning DB now. Now the next thing to do is to quickly create our tables. So you click on these and this opens up all this list here. So we go to tables, right click table, and then we start with the first table that we have. So if you can remember, we have the list of our tables that here that we have designed by hand. So we're going to create these in our database. So I'm just going to start instructor ID. We'll start with instructor table. So we'll say instructor ID. It's going to be an integer. Then instructor name. I can see 2 instances of SQL Server running here, so that means I probably opened this twice, so I need to close one. So we have instructor ID. Sorry, I hit something. SQL Server is not responding. I just have to wait for it. I guess I did click a whole lot of things by mistake. So I'm just going to close this. I'm just going to close that, and then good. So we have this as an integer, and then we make these our primary key by clicking on that key there. Then we go down and make these identity specification. We make these this identity true, and then you can see the identity increment is 1, so it counts from 1 to like that up to infinity. Instructor ID. So we also have instructor name. So this should be we can say non-varchar 50. Instructor name is not supposed to be much. Then the next thing we said instructor username or email, right? So we just say instructor username, or we can just say username. Anyway, okay, let's just say instructor username, instructor username. So we can also leave this like this. So I'm going to save these now as now I usually use this format like this, tbl underscore then the name of the table. So tbl underscore instructors. So here we have here we're going to have a list of instructors. Just very simple. We just get the instructor full name and then his username. Now you can add other details, like if you want to expand this app, you can add the instructor's qualification, educational qualification, working experience, probably his picture, and a whole lot of other things that you might want to add just to make the instructor table rich. Now the next thing I'm going to add on the table, I'm going to call it courses table, just like we have here. So you have course ID, instructor ID, course title, and course content. So we're going to have course ID as the course ID as a primary key. So this is the primary key, and then we're going to make its identity to be true, and then it increments by 1. So we have that. So course ID, then instructor ID, because for each course there must be an instructor. So instructor ID, we're going to store the instructor ID here. So this is going to be our foreign key. Then we said course title, right? Course title, the title of the course, and title of the course can be maybe not more than 350 words. Then course content. Now we're going to store these as and varchar maximum, so we can store a whole lot of things here. Just any length of string that we want to store, we can store it here. It's images and all that. So we're going to save this, and then I can call this tbl courses. So the student logs in and he can see different courses and he can filter by instructor. So we save this. Now the next table will be the questions table. So after the student has gone through the course material, the student might want to take a quiz. So we're going to call that question table, right? We'll call it question table here, right? Go to TBL questions. So we're going to have a question ID. Make this an integer, make this a primary key, and then you can scroll down. Is identity specification. You can see SQL Server Management Studio makes things very, very, very easy for us to use. So question ID, and then of course course ID. This is going to be a foreign key here, and then the question, the actual question itself. So it's just going to be a text, right? So we can say invoke. Okay, we don't know how long the question is going to be, but usually questions are not supposed to be very, very long. So we can make this maybe 350 or maybe 450. Just make that like that. So it's a TBL underscore questions. Now for each question there has to be an answer and other optional answers that are not correct. There has to be correct answer and then optional answers that are not correct. So we're going to create that table too. So we right click, we click on table, and then we said answer ID, make this an integer, make these primary key, scroll down, is identity specification, we make this to be yes, and then we'll introduce a foreign key which is going to be the question ID. So answer to which question? Question ID. And you can know that from the question table we already know the course. So question ID, then correct answer. Correct answer. So just make this maximum because we don't know how the answer is going to be. So then we have option 1, or let me say option A. Maximum, then option B answer, maximum, and then option C. So this will be a multi choice answer. It's going to be different choices, and students will pick the correct answer. So there are going to be 4 choices here. 1 is the correct answer, which is this, and then with 3 others that are not the correct answer. So the students will have to choose which answer is correct. So let's save this table. We call this TBL answers, and then we save these. So now the next thing is we also create the student table. We also create the student table and then the grade table. So students take a quiz and then we get to see his grade. So right click on this, and then create the students table, right? So with student ID, we have this like this. So identity specification, we make that true. Make his identity specification, we make it true. So student ID, student name. So student name shouldn't be that long, so 50 is okay. Then a student username. Student username. So this is okay like this too. So we save the students. So we say TBL underscore students. Now we create another table, call them grade, call it grade. So which is the student's grade. So we say grade ID here, grade ID, make this an integer, make that a primary key, scroll down to identity specification, make this yes. So we have grade ID, we have a student ID. Then we have course ID, which course is the student answering the question. Then we have question ID, so we'll keep history of his so these are all foreign keys as you can see them. Then we have student answer, variable character, make this maximum, student answer, and then correct answer. Correct answer. So we might change this database design later, some of these fields, but that will depend on how our design goes. So let's just see how everything goes. Since software creation, we have to keep on iterating, repairing our design, modifying it to suit exactly what we want. So I'm going to save these as TBL grades for students. So now we save this. So we have our list of tables here, and you can see them here. So we have these tables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables, and then also we have the first table, which is instructors, courses, questions, answers, students, and then grades. So we have all these tables here. Now this is a table that we are going to use to be able to create our application. But now we also need to create one more table, which is going to be our ASP.NET membership table. We need to add that here so that we can be able to handle ASP.NET membership authentication, login, registration, and all that. And to do that is very easy. You go to your C drive, you go to Windows, then you go to Windows, yes, you go to your C drive, you go to Windows, you search for .NET, Microsoft.NET, and I guess I have it here. So you go to Microsoft.NET, then you search for your framework. My framework is 64. Then good, so you can see I have choose the most recent one, which is 4.0 for me, the version. Then we search for register ASP.NET, ASP.NET register, register SQL. It's not far away, it's just down. Good, so you can see it here. You can see it here, ASP.NET reg SQL. So click on that. Then you can see welcome to ASP.NET SQL Server Setup Wizard. Now the wizard creates or configures SQL Server, a SQL Server database that stores information for ASP.NET application services, including membership, profiles, role management, personalization, and SQL Web Event Provider. So to configure the database for these features individually or for additional features such as session state or SQL cache dependency, run the ASP.NET SQL register SQL command, the command line. But we're going to click next to continue. So you can see what database tags you want to perform. Is it to configure an SQL server for application services or to remove application services from an existing database? So you leave the first one, which is what we want to do. You click on that. So you choose your server name. Here's my server name, but if you don't know your server name, you can put dots there, like I said. And then choose your authentication. I'm using Windows authentication. So I can just go right here and click on this and see the list of all my database. So we're using E-Learning DB. I click on that, click on next, click on next. So good, so the database has been created or modified. So I click finish. Now we have if you come back to your table here, you can right click on this and refresh. And you can see we have a whole lot of tables added to our list here. So we have applications, membership, paths, personalization, profile, roles, users, and all that. So these tables here will make authentication and authorization of our application very, very easy. For example, if the lecturer logs in to the system or the instructor logs into the system, he's supposed to see a module that is different from what the students will see. So using this table will enable us to easily and quickly do that. So let's pause this video here while we continue in the next session by creating our application structure, user interface, and then we'll go into programming our application fully. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to section 2 on this video series on how to build an e-learning web app in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayuba or John Azu, and we're able to create our database in the last session. Create our database. We have our tables, our different tables, 6 tables in particular, and we're able to have our membership table that we added to the application. Now we are going to set up the application structure, create our user interfaces, and then create the C# codes to interact with our application based on our business logic. So the first thing first, go to Visual Studio. If you have Visual Studio up and running, I have mine up and running here. Go to File, go to New Website. I have Visual Studio 2015 running, so you probably might not have the option of creating new website if you're running 2017, but still the same thing if you create a web app. So now we have a Visual. Now make sure you select Visual C# because we're doing this in C#, and you can click ASP.NET form website so that we can have a pre-built template that installed. I have 15.1 and 17.2. You can also click on it to look at the template gallery and choose a project from there. But to make this simple, let's just choose ASP.NET Forms website. Now we're going to name this application here. We'll give it a name. We call this e-learning. So, and make sure it's HTTP because well, you can decide not to make it HTTP, but mine here is HTTP because my application will be configured and connected to my internet information service that I have running on my local computer. So I have this, so I can go to HTTP localhost e-learning and I get to see my application interface. So I'll go right ahead now and click OK, and this will create a new application for me. Now you can be seeing, yes, you're seeing that that interface that just went off. That's the last project I created, SEMA School Electronic Management application, in which you can go to my channel and you can view that tutorial if you want to learn how to create a school electronic management application. But here now we're talking about e-learning, so we're creating this application. And Visual Studio, the one beautiful thing about creating this using this method I just used now, is Visual Studio will have created a whole lot of things for you, like to have created membership forms for you, a default page, you know, in which we can put our information, and many other things that will make our programming life much more easier. So that's what Visual Studio is going to do for us. So we'll have to wait a little bit while Visual Studio add all these components together, all these DLLs together, to make sure that a full-blown web project is being created for us. So all we just need to do once this project is being created is for us to modify this project to suit our business needs, which of course is the e-learning web application that we are about to create. So let's just give this some time and get to see how this project will be created. So I'm just going to wait for this, and just have to give these some time. So if you go back to the last video and you looked at our database, you will see the list of all the tables we had and the logic behind them. So we're going to create an application and see how we can feed in data to these tables and how we can retrieve data from this table. So we're just going to see all this in a very short while. Now, good. So Visual Studio has created this application for us with all these folders. You can see we have an account folder, the app code folder, app data folder, even a bin folder, content, font, scripts, and then we have all these pages. Now, if you come here to, you can see defaulted ASPX is being created for us. And then if we come here, we'll right click on this and then view in browser. I'm currently using we just need to do, like I said, is to modify this web app to suit our business needs, in which we're going to do that in a short while. So let's run these and see. Let's run these and see. All right, good. So you can see we have this nice beautiful website that Visual Studio has created for us. You can see the application name can be here, and we have home, about, and contact, and then you can see we have this registration and login form. So we're going to modify all this. If you click on the registration form, it takes you to a new folder called accounts, which is here. All the membership and registration forms are here in this folder called accounts. So you can see it's going to take us there, so we can register or we can sign in. So good, so we can register, but we're going to modify this form a little bit just to fit our business scenario. And if you click the login form, it's still the same thing. We can log into the application here. In fact, you can even log in using another external service like Facebook, Google, and Twitter, and Instagram, and the rest. So you can also have those external services. You can configure them here and then use that login. Let's go back to our default page. So we're just going to modify this a little just to have some information about e-learning. So I think I'm just going to write that. I can say just say e-learning. Since we're currently in a COVID-19 pandemic in the world and people are at home, maybe I'll just write a little bit about e-learning in relation to COVID-19. Learn new concepts and increase your knowledge in this era of COVID-19 pandemic. So good. So getting started here, we can just say register with us and have access to over 200 this is just a figure of over 200 courses and tutorials. Good. Then here gets more libraries. We can say increase your knowledge. We can just say increase your knowledge. Increase your knowledge. Knowledge itself is not power, but the application. No, but power, just trying to be poetic here, but power lies in the application of knowledge, but true power, let's put it here, let's say true power lies in the application of knowledge. So, and then here I can say over 10 tutors, and then to see our website, features over 10 experienced tutors. Now these are just information I just put here just to modify our web page and to just look like what we want. Okay, so I'm going to change the application name to, we'll have that e-learning. Now to change the application name, we'll go to site.master, and then application name here we can say e-learning. We can say e-learning, and then okay, oh, that's the page title. So the application name here will be e-learning. Application name here will be e-learning. Good. The application name here will be e-learning. So we are going to run these now and see. Oh god, keeps crying behind here and spoil this whole thing. We're just going to run this and see how everything is going to look like. Okay, all right, so we have this interface here and our application structure set up. So under here we are going to change this to instead of my ESP.NET application, we're just going to change that to be e-learning. So I'm just going to change these now to be e-learning 2020, because that's the current date and time that we have now. So I'm just going to refresh this and change that. Okay, good. So we're able to create the application structure, and then we can see Visual Studio has created this nice beautiful interface in which we're able to modify it. Now in the next video tutorial, we are going to start creating the user interface to make sure that it conforms to our business rules, where instructors can log in, add courses, add questions or quiz to those courses and provide the answers, and students can also log in, view courses, and then provide answers to those courses. So thank you for watching. All right, we shall continue from where we stopped in the last video, and then we're able to have this interface here, e-learning, and we're able to just add some of these information just to see, just to make the site much more beautiful to look at. So now we are going to go into designing our user interface to fit our business rule. So you go to your Visual Studio. Now we said it from the beginning that we have two actors of the system. We have the instructor and the students. So logically it would be a good thing to create folders that will fit those two actors. So the first one here, I'm just going to create a new folder, add a new folder rather, and then I'm going to call this folder instructors, and then I'll also create another folder, and then we're going to call this students. So logically it means things that has to do with instructor will be in the instructor folder, like add courses and prepare questions and also prepare answers to questions, and then things that have to do with students, like answering questions to courses will have to be with students. So students will have to view courses and then be able to answer questions regarding those particular courses. So we're going to create the user interface now, but before we do that, let's modify our registration page a little, because if you come here, you come to register on the system, you can see we just only have username, password, confirm password. Now we want to know whether you're registering as a student or as an instructor, and we want to get your name. So we're just going to add that to this page. So you go to register.espx, and then we are going to add information about your name. So you're just going to select all these, add this here. So instead of username here, we say your full name, your full name, text full name, and then we want to know whether you are a student or an instructor. So we're just going to put a radio button where you select whether you're logging in as a student. So you see we have your full name, username, password, confirm password. So we're just going to have a where you're just going to select whether you are a student or an instructor. So I think I can copy this too, and then you can drop this here, but I'm going to remove all this. And then I can say please select. Please select type. That's your registration type. And then we're just going to drop two radio button. We have our radio button here. So we'll drop the first radio button. And then we also drop the second radio button. So the first radio button here, I'm just going to say text property is instructor. So if you select this, it means you're signing up as an instructor. And then group name, we just group name, we can just say group, just put any name there. So, and then students, group name, maybe just group, something like that. So let's see how this interface looks like. Okay, see how this interface looks like. Good. So we just say please select type or registration type, whether you're an instructor or you're a student. So before you enter your full name, your username, your password, and then you click to register. So this just very simple registration page that we are going to have. Then the login page, we're not going to make any modification there. You will log in, the system will determine your role, and then you will log in according to your role. So if you're an instructor, you'll be directed to the instructor folder, and then you can be able to do what the instructor is able to do. And if you're a student, you'll be directed to the student folder, and you do what the student is able to do. So in the instructor folder now, we are going to add courses. We're going to create the add courses form, and we're going to do that. So right click on this, go to new item, good. So you select your web form, and then we call these add courses or add, you know, pages or that. So select your master page, go to add, make sure it's on site.master, following the template that we have. So we have the add courses from here. Now what we're going to do, we're going to use our multi-view to be able to achieve what we want to do here, because it's a one it's going to be a one step, just one gigantic step. You add courses, then you prepare questions, then you prepare answers to the questions that you have prepared. So we can drop a label up here. We'll say H, we'll say H3, so add courses, right? So now we'll drop our multi-view. Say active view index is 0, but then as a lecturer you want to be able to see the the different courses that you have added, and you want to see the different courses that you have added. So that should be the first page, I think. So we should drop a grid view here, which will be the first page to see the list of all the courses you have added, and then you can click to add courses. So I'm going to drop in a view here, the first view, and then we're going to drop in to make this easy, we're going to use ASP.NET controls, ASPX control, Dev Express control. So I'm going to drop on ASPX grid view here onto the page. So you're going to notice that this will make a whole lot of changes to our web config file and all that. So I'll just wait for that to get added. Good. You can see register assembly, Dev Express Web 17.2. We have that here, and then I can just quickly say wait 100%. So this grid view here would display the list of all our courses. So instead of add courses here, I'm just going to say, oh sorry, so instead of add courses here, I'm just going to say courses lists, and then here in multi-view one, I'm going to drop this div class. Okay, I'm just going to style it. Actually wanted to use the bootstrap class that is there, but anyway, we can just say style float right, so float right. Now we drop a button. This button will be add new courses. Or add courses, COURS, or add new course, add new course. Can CSS class btn info. Hey, let me run this page and see how it looks like. Make sure the page is as I want it to be. So I just run these and wait and see. Okay. To work properly, Dev Express components require AXPX handler module registered in a web config file. So for details, see this. Let's go to our web config and see what is the issue. It's talking about AXPX handler module. So let's look at that. Okay, I guess this is not something that we need to cram, but I guess I will just look at one of my projects and I'll bring this into life. Let's look at I think the last SEMA project we did. You can just look at it. It's pub ww roots. Let's look for SEMA. This is the last project I did here. So web config, open these in a notepad. So it's talking about AXPX handler module, right? I think it's just talking about this. We have Dev Express here. Let's look at the error again. AXPX handler module registered in web config file AXPX handler module. So it's talking about this here, handlers. So we pick this. You can type this here, but I'm just picking this here. So it's inside system.web server. So let's see, we have system.web server here. Good. System.web server. So if you're using DevExpress 17.2 as I did, you can just put your handlers here inside system.web server, add type devexpress.web.aspx handler module, and then you can just follow all this here, precondition integrated mode. So you can add that. Let me refresh these and see. Oh, I thought we just added that. Handlers, AXPX handler module. Let's look again. Okay, oh, inside modules, sorry. We can pick these again. So that should be inside modules. We add that. Let's refresh this. So let's refresh this, and then let's make sure it's working properly. Good. All right, good. So you can see courses, add new courses, and we'll have our grid view here. So I can just put in a small just break like this. Can even make it 2, so that there'll be enough space. So the first grid view here will display the list of courses that the lecturer, the logged-in lecturer, has created. You're going to see the list of courses here, and then when he clicks add new course, we're going to create the add new course page. So that will be in a second multi-view that I'm going to create. So the second multi-view, the second view in the multi-view. So I'm going to drop a second view by dropping this second view here, and then so we're just going to create our add courses form, and then so we need the course title like we said, and then the course content. So those are just basically the 2 things that we need. So I'm going to do this just a div class role. It's a div class column md2 for instance. So I say course title, then div class column md maybe 4 or maybe 7. I'm going to drop a text box there for course title. Let's look for a text box. So to conform to what we have, with just a CSS class form control, then we also have div class. I think I should just make this 10 just to be complete 12. So div class column md2 say course course content, and then div class md10. So here now I'm going to use a control that will enable us to add text, add images, and even add videos, you know. So that control, we're going to use that for our course content. And what is that control? AXPX HTML text editor. So we're going to find that in common controls. Good. So you can see it here is AXPX HTML text editor that I'm using from my DevExpress controls. So I believe I've showed you how to install DevExpress. It's as easy. You just go to their website, which is DevExpress. I think it's .com. It makes your ASP.NET development lifecycle very, very easy. So you just go to DevExpress, which is here, and you can read all about them, and then you can click to download the free trial version to use. So you can read all about them. So those are the controls I'm using. So I believe you just go to your download, or you go to demos, you see about them. You can buy if you have if you want to pay for it. So you can just go to your downloads and download DevExpress, as easy as that. So that's the control we're adding here, ASPX HTML editor. Okay, Microsoft Visual Studio is waiting for an internal operation to complete. Let's just wait a little bit. I believe it's making a whole lot of changes to my web config file. So I just have to wait for this. Okay. Let's just wait a little bit and see if it doesn't come up quickly. I'll just have to pause the video and then continue it in the next session. Okay, good. So we have that HTML text editor. Now let's make active view index to be the second view and see what we have been able to do. So let's refresh this. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's get to see what we have been able to do. So it's taking quite some time, but it's refreshing. I believe it's because of the new DevExpress control I just added. But that doesn't mean that your site will be slow once you're using DevExpress control. This is because this is just the first time adding I'm loading these DevExpress controls onto my web application. So once it's been loaded and everything is running fine and good, it's just going to be as easy as ABC. Okay, good. So you can see I've added that, and you can see the course. You can see the ASP.NET DevExpress ASP.NET HTML control. So we can add a whole lot of things here. The lecturer can decide to add anything here. You can decide to put a link, insert a link to his page, you know, that he's creating. So for example, you can see google.com, and then maybe you can say check on Google. stuff like that. You can see check on Google, so you click here and then he can add an image. Can insert an image into the control. Okay, we're going to register this upload progress handler. We're going to register that. And so what it means, we can insert image, and we can insert link to a video, you know, if we want. We can even create a table, you know, and add to the control. And so a whole lot of things can be added here. You know, you can copy from Word and paste it here and all that. So it's a very nice control for creating the kind of content we want. We can add colors, we can you know, do all that. So all right, so that's that about DevExpress control. That will make it easier for us. Then the next one is, I'm going to say div class md2 div class md10. So we're going to drop our button. Going to drop our button. Save and continue. So we're using save and continue because we want you to continue after saving the courses, like by preparing the questions and answers. So we say btn large, then btn info. So we have that, and then we'll have to create spaces in between, because I notice there are no spaces in between the controls. So we'll have to look for a way to create spaces in between the control. And one way we could do that is we could style it and put padding. Yeah, just a style padding or margin, just anyone. Padding 5 pixel all around. So I can pick this style and add it everywhere. So we save these and run this again. So go down, there are some spaces and all that. Good. So you add the course title, course content, and then you click save and continue as the lecturer. So once you've done that, the next thing is to prepare questions. So here we can say add courses. Like I could, if we come to the first thing we have here, I've got a horizontal rule, and then for the first one here we will say list of courses. So we'll just say H5 list of courses. So here we'll say H5 add a new course. Now we drop the third view. Drop the third view, which will be a list of questions that we're adding to course. So I'm just say H5 add quiz questions, and then so we're just going to use a grid view there, and just going to use a grid view there, where the DevExpress grid view, where we can leverage on its command button to be able to do what we want to do. I'm going to show you how we do that. So just going to say width 100%, and then yeah, I can put a break. And then here I can put a break. So we have all this. So we'll connect this to our database and to be able to add questions and answers. So even the third view 4, is going to be something similar. So once we'll still come back to the interface design once we start coding this. So add quiz, questions, answers. Okay, so you click next, save and continue, takes you here, and then we also need to continue. So I pick that, drop it below this, break, then drop it below this. So here we'll just say save and finish. So we are done with the interface of preparing course for the lecturer. So I'm going to take this back to active view index 0. So once the lecturer wants to add a new course, this is the interface that is created with. So let's refresh it back, and it takes us back to the first page. So the second interface will be the student interface, but I think we'll need some data to be able to create a student interface, because the first thing is we need to display the list of courses that if the student logs in, he gets to see a view of all the courses, and he can click each of that course and take a quiz after reading the course material, and then he clicks on taking a quiz. So we're going to prepare the interface of that alongside coding, because we need some data from the courses created by the lecturer to be able to do that. So in the next video, we will look at coding the authentication and authorization form, so that we can be able to start adding new courses onto our system. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to let's continue from where we stopped in the last video. Welcome to session 3 on this video series on how to create an e-learning web app in ASP.NET C#. My name is Ayuba Azu, and we're going to continue from where we stopped in the last video. If you can remember, we created this interface here where we say we can click on this button to add a new course, and then we can see the list of courses that the lecturer or the instructor has added and all that. But in this video session here, we are going to set up our application user roles, create our application authentication authorization logic. So that's what we're going to do in this session. And if we head back to Visual Studio and we go to sites.master, it will be nice to have a link here, one of these many links to show the logged in user, whether the student or the instructor, specifically what he or she should be able to do. For example, for the instructor, there should be a link here that says add courses that he can click, and then he sees this interface. And for the students, there should be a link called courses that the student can click and view the list of courses that has been added by different instructors on the web app. So we're going to code that, but before we do that, we need to set up our application user roles. We need to define that we have two kinds of users. which are the students and the instructors. We need to do that. And before we do that, also we need to set up our role manager on our web config to our connection string. You can see when we created this application, Visual Studio automatically created a connection string for us called default connection, and is connected to this SQL Express with a data directory, ASP.NET, E-Learning, and all this, so as the database. So we're not going to use this, we're going to create our own. And one of the fastest and easiest way you can do that is creating a typed data set in your app code class. So we're going to do that now. So you go to your app code folder, you right click on that, go to add new item, and then search for data sets. We'll have data sets here, so we're going to call this e-learning data sets. E-learning data sets, and then you click on add. So this gets added to our web app. Good, so it gets added to our web app. Now we can right click, go to add table adapter, so that we can quickly have a typed data set added to our application. Now if you see here, it says which data connection should the application use to connect to the database. Since we don't have any data connection here, now we'll go to new connection, click on that. Now it asks for a server name, which we can search for it. First of all, make sure your data source is Microsoft SQL Server. If it's not, you can click here to change that, and it takes you to Microsoft SQL Server. Here you select Microsoft SQL Server here rather, so you click OK. Now server name, we can put dots. Like I told you, dots is equivalent to your server name, so your computer name. And then log on to the server. You have different forms of authentication. We have Windows, we have SQL Server authentication. I'm using Windows authentication, so I select that. If you're using SQL Server authentication, you select these, and then you provide your username and password. But since I'm using Windows, I'm going to click on this. So connect to a database, select or enter a database name. So you just click on this drop down here, and then it loads all your database names. Now we have E-Learning DB that we are using. Click on that, and then you can ignore this. Then you test connection. So test connection succeeded, and we click on OK. And this will create a connection string for us. So you can see this is a connection string. So we click on next. Now it's asking to save the connection string to the application configuration file. Yes, of course we need that. It's the reason why we're doing this for now. Now you click on next. Now it's asking how will the table adapter access the database. We have different forms: SQL procedures, stored procedures, and SQL statements. So we'll use an SQL statements, and we'll click on next. So type your SQL statement or use query builder to construct it. So the easiest will be to use a query builder. So we'll click on this, and then it loads our tables from our database. Now we have instructors. Let's add that. We can close now, and then you select all these fields, then you click on OK. You click on next. Now which methods do you want to add to your table adapter? Let's uncheck the first one and leave return a data table and create methods to send updates directly to the database checked. So we'll click on next, and then you can see these components has been added to our data set. select, insert, update, delete, table mappings, getting update methods. So we go right ahead and finish this. So we've added instructor to our typed dataset. Let's also add students. So the same procedure. Now we already have our connection string, so we don't need to click the new connection button anymore. So just click next, click next, go to our query builder, refresh that, add students. So we close. I'll select all these for students, click on next, click on next. We uncheck this field data table, click on next, and then we finish this. So now we've added these two tables, right? So if we go back to our web config, you can see we have two connection strings now. We have default connection and E-Learning DB connection string. We don't need the first one, so I believe we can just remove it completely. Now we're going to use these connection string now to set up our membership. If you scroll down, we're going to use it to set up our membership, profile, and role manager. So first of all, role manager, we can just come here and put enable is true. So we set up the role manager. Now we need to put our connection strings for this membership, profile, and role manager, like I said. But I have an application here that I've already done this before, so I'm just going to copy the code while you copy it as well. So just copy this. I'll go back to my membership. Okay, I have clear twice, so I remove one. Now look at what I added. Add name, SQL. Just type all this. ESP.NET SQL membership provider, type system.web.security.SQL membership provider. Now connection string name is what we are going to change now, and we're going to use a connection string that we have here, which is E-Learning DB connection string. So I'll go right ahead and copy that, scroll down, and then change this connection string. This is the connection string I used for the same project, so I change it to E-Learning DB connection string. So enable password retrieval, you set it to false. Enable password reset, you set it to true. Required question and answer, you set it to false. Requires unique email, set it to false. Maximum invalid password attempt, you send it to 5. Minimum required password length, you can set it to 6 or any number you feel like. Minimum required non-alphanumeric characters, send it to 0. Password attempt 0, you send it to 10. And then application, you send it to you set it to this link here. Now that's for membership. So we also need the same thing for providers, and we already have that here. So I'm just go right ahead and copy that. Add name, ASP.NET SQL provider, and that should be after clear here. So like I said, the connection string is going to change, so I copy the connection string, and then so I paste this. So you can see the only thing you need to change here is the application name, the type, make it to be system.web, profile, that's SQL profile provider. But I don't even think we're going to use the profile in this application. Now role manager, enable, set it to true. Then in the provider tag and clear, we can also pick this, and then we paste this here and change the connection string, of course. So we change the connection string. So with this now we have enabled role manager in our web config. Now we have two roles, so we need to set those roles up. And one way we could do that is we could go to any of these pages, probably maybe the default page, right click and go to view code. So here now we just say using system.web.security. So in the roles page here, we're just going to say roles.add roles, or create roles rather. So we're going to create a role. The first role we said is going to be instructor. And then we create another role. We're just doing this once, so we're going to comment out this line eventually. Instructors and students. I think we need to put S in the instructors. So instructors and students. So we'll save this and then we'll refresh the home page that takes us to the default. So we'll just click on that. So once this displays the default page, then we are rest assured that we have enabled role manager, and we've added the instructor and student roles. Okay, I guess there is a problem. Cannot open database E-Learning DB requested by the login field for the user NC authority. Now to fix this error, we just go back to our SQL server and go straight, scroll down to security. Just after database, scroll on security. I think is in logins. Go to logins, go to NC authority system, right click on it, go to properties, then we go to server roles. Yes, server role is used to grant server-side wide privileges to a user. Now it's currently set on public. I can just go set this on system admin. This will make things easier for us. Then click OK. Okay, we still need to do other things. Still right click, go to properties. Let's look at user mappings. Oh, you can see now E-Learning DB is not checked, so you check the database that you are using and then checked DB owner. So let's look at securables. Oh, we don't need to check anything here. Status grants enabled, just make sure those are checked. Then you click OK. So I believe this should fix the error we're having. Good. So we'll go back here and then we'll refresh this page. Good. Since it has displayed, it means we've added this, we've created these roles, instructors and students, so we can comment out these lines now. And since we've created these roles, now the next task we said is to create our authentication and authorization logic. So that means in the registration page we can now register a lecturer, or an instructor and also a student. So talking about this page here, register. So we can fill in this form now. So let's go to accounts, because that's the folder where the registration page exists. So let's come here, we click on register, right? And then so we can make changes. Say RAD instructor, and then radio button, RAD students. Then we have text full name, right? Then we have username, text username, and then password. So let's look at the code behind and see what we have. You can see Microsoft has created this for us, but this is not what we're interested in. So I'm just going to go right ahead and just check this out. Just comment this out. So, and then I'm going to use this using system.web.security. We have that. So create user is a button, events, which is this. Create users on this button, event register. So once that is clicked, we want to create a user, right? So we can just easily see membership, create user, and then the username should be the username text box, which is username dot text, and then password text box text. That's that, and then we add the user to roles. So roles dot add user to role, and then what is the username? So username text, and then the role name should be okay, good. Let's just put instructor here. That is if the instructor radio button is checked. So we're going to put that if else statement here. So we're going to say if RAD instructor checked is true. So that's when we're going to add this logic here. So I copy that and paste it. Else, if RAD student checked is true, you can still paste that, but then now change the role to be students. This is instructors. So we have that of instructors and students, the roles we just created. So we can create our user simply by just using this interface here, these codes. So I'm going to refresh this page and then add a user. And then of course if a user is created, we can just display a message to show that the user has been created. If we go back to register.aspx, let's look for okay, well, if the user is created, let's just Anyway, before we do that, let's just refresh this and instructor. Let's just add a user and see. So instructor, let's say my name, let's say my name Ayuba, and then username, I usually use this. So password, you can put in your password there. So I'm going to put in my password. So confirm password, and then I click on register. Good, this user has been registered since there was no error and all that. So we have registered that user, just that we didn't display any message to show that the user has been registered. So I guess what we will just do if a new user is registered is to redirect the user. So it's a response. Redirect to this page. Default.aspx. So we should be redirected to the default page in both cases. Now we have created the user. Let's go to login. Let's try and create a login. If you go to the login form, you can see we have username and password, and then so we'll just go to the code behind. And then well, we don't really need all this piece of codes here, so I'm going to delete them. I need all this. I'm going to delete them so we can have our own logic differently. So we said using system.web.security. So the login form has this event here, which of course should be on the click of the login button. Here is the button. So on click we have this login method here, so which is what we're going to use here. Now what we're going to do, we say if membership validate user, username text box, passing that, and then password text box, passing that. So if this validation is done, then we are good to say that response should redirect to default.aspx, right? But then we also need to check the roles that the user, the logged in user belongs to. But before we add that roles, first of all, let's say we redirect to this place, and then we're using, can use forms authentication. Let's set authentication cookie to username, text, and then we set this to create persistent cookie. We set this to true, right? we can do that this way so that we can set our authentication cookie to that. Okay, but I will still have to check that our forms authentication is being set in our we'll still have to check that our form authentication is being set in our web config file. So still have to check that. I set in our web config file by going to web config. Let's see what Visual Studio has done for us here. Let's see, we're removing name forms authentication. We're supposed to remove that name system.web server. So we are using forms authentication, so we're not going to remove that. I'll come here and remove this piece of code here. Okay, anyway, we'll come to this. Let's just refresh and then try to sign up and see. Let's go back to E-Learning. Let's just try to log in back and see. Good, so let's click on the login button. And then let's log in with this instructor. Good, so we are logged in, but then we're not displaying the logged in person username as a welcome message that we already have here. If you go to the site.master, you can see that logged in template, we are supposed to display our hello and then a context that user identity gets username. So we're supposed to display the login name. Now that's because we have not set our web config file to use forms authentication, and this is something I've done before here in the same project, so I'm just going to pick that. Let's look at where we have that. Let's quickly look at where I have that. Okay, you can see it, but it's here somewhere. You can see I have default documents. Maybe I have to open another web config file of mine to look at this. Okay, let's check another web config file of mine. You can check this project. Okay, let's scroll down. I'm just looking for the right good. Is under system.web. I have it here, authentication mode forms. So in system.web, so let's locate that here. Okay, good. So this is its authentication mode. Change this is what I was looking for. Change it to forms. And then what else again do we need to do? And that's okay. So refresh this page, and then we try to log in again. So let's try to go. You can see after refreshing, it's asking, it has displayed this because I'm currently logged in. Hello UZ, and if I click on this, I'm going to log off. So if I click on this now, it's going to log me off to the system. And if I click on this, I can log in by using this. My username. And then I'm logged in. Now if I'm logged in, how do I know? Now I'm currently logged in as an instructor, so I need to display a link here that will show me add courses because I'm logged in as an instructor. Now to do that is easy. We'll still go back to our site.master, and then you can see we'll have a login view here that will display all this. We can also add another login view just below this UL here, or we can add it in here. Rather, we can add it in here. We go to login, so we can add another login view. Then okay, we should add this first. What's the best way to do this? Okay, let's do it this way. And the login view should be in here. And then go to roles group. So roles, instructor, instructors, content templates, and then we can now add this. Just right click, copy that, and then we call this, we said add courses. So this is what the instructor will see, and then we can direct him to the add courses page, which of course exists here. So we have that. So let's refresh this page again and see, since we're currently logged in as an instructor. Good, so you can see we have add courses now that we can click, and then it takes us to the add courses page that we created. So click on that, it takes us to the add courses page that we created. Now if we log off, and you can see the add courses is not here. So we're going to do the same thing for role groups for students. So we have row groups here, so I'm just going to copy this whole thing. And then we're going to do for students. And then the link is going to be, we've not created any page in students yet, so but I know what we're going to have at the end of the day will be this. So students, and then we can say view courses, so we'll change this to view courses. So if you're a student, you view courses, but if you are a lecturer or instructor, you add courses. So we have that, and I think we have been able to create these roles and user authentication and authorization correctly. Good. So what is remaining now is we can start coding our logic. We can start coding our logic, we can start coding our authentic forms, logic, and all that. So at this point, this brings us to the end of this session here, creating setting up our application user roles and creating our authentication and authorization logic. So I'm going to pause this video here while we continue in the next session. Thank you for watching. Welcome to session 4 on this video series on how to build an e-learning web app in ASP.NET C#. My name is Ayuba or John Azu. In the last session, we were able to authenticate and authorize users onto our application, and we're able to create roles where we have the instructor role and the student roles. Now, the instructor can be able to log into our application, and the next thing is for the instructor to add courses, prepare quiz questions, and add answers to quiz questions. So that's what we're going to cover in this session here. So going back to our application, we'll have it here, and then if you click on of course, if you click on add courses, it takes you here, but the application has been not interacted with it since. So I'm just clicking on this e-learning to see whether we're still logged in or not, whether the session is still maintained and we're still logged in. Now while we're doing that, let's keep it in mind. Okay, you can see that we're logged out. Now if we're logged in, let's keep it in mind that if we're logged in, we need a session of the user ID or the instructor ID. We need to save that so we can use the instructor ID to be able to do a whole lot of things on our application, and that is pretty easy. What we're going to do is I think in registering the user, we missed out something, in which we're going to do that now. So when adding the user to our system, we will also automatically register the user, because if you see here, what we only did here in registering the user is just to add the username and password. We've not added the user first name, and then we've not added this user first name, so we've not registered that onto this table here, table users. So I'm going to take you to that place, table instructor. So if you look at table instructor, if you look at it, there is no records here because we have not been able to add any record yet. So we're going to do that now. And fortunately enough, we've already had our instructor and our students table in our typed data set. So going back to registration.css file, we're going to do this. So we're going to say using e-learning dataset table adapters, and then we're going to say instructor, TBL instructor table adapter, instructor should be new TBL instructor table adapter. And then from here now we are going to be once the membership has been created and user has been added to roles, we're going to say instructor should insert. We're going to call the insert statement, and the instructor name, so we have a text full name dot text, and then the instructor username, which will be of course user name dot text. So that's just all we need to do here. And then we're still going to do the same thing here for students. So we're going to say TBL students table adapter, students should be new students table adapter, and then students should insert, and then we have text full name dot text, that is if student is checked, and then username dot text. So we have these. So this way now we can pre-register an instructor and then a user. We can register an instructor, and we have the instructor details stored in our instructor table. So we're going to create a new instructor, a second instructor, a new one, and then we're going to add the instructor to roles and all that. So we come back here, we register a new instructor. So the first one I registered is we don't need that one again. And if you want to delete, like if you still want to use the same username, we can on page load of this I can actually delete that, or let me use default.aspx since I use it here. So I can actually just delete that. You see membership, delete user. This automatically delete the user and remove the user from roles. So delete user. What's the username? See, so we can delete this user. So I can run that page again, which is the first page. So that user has been deleted. I'm going to uncheck this, comment that out. So now we go to register and register the same user, but now his information will be recorded. So full name Ayuba Azu, username I'll still use UZ, and then password. And then you put in your password, and then you click on register. So that way we have been if it's successful, we have registered the user. Good, so the user has been registered. Now it's time for the user to log in, and if you come here you can do this. Click login, and you can see we're logged in now. So if we go to our TBL instructor, and then you can see that we have the instructor name and the username stored here. So good. So now we can now use we can select the username from here now to get the instructor ID to use to make our work. Okay, so this will be the same for students. Now we said that if we're logged in, we want to be able to add courses for this instructor. and that will be very easy. But one thing, if we go back to our login.cs, we need to store the instructor ID here. So we just only checked, and we need to store the instructor ID here. And what we're going to do, we say using E-Learning table adapters. First of all, we checked if membership, we checked if the user is validated. The user is validated, we do this. We also check if the user belongs to a particular role. So if roles dot is user in role, there are two parameters here, username and a string. So if username text is in the role instructors, then we say TBL. Okay, before we do that, we get instructor ID by username. So we right click on this, add query on instructor, click on next, click select with return a single value, click on next, and then you can see we're returning a single value here. So we'll just select instructor ID from TBL instructor, where instructor underscore username is this. So click on next. So I will say get instructor ID. So we'll finish that. The same way we also do it for students. So we add query, click on next, select which returns a single value, click on next. So here we say select student ID from TBL students, where student username is this. So we also say get student ID. We click on next, and then we click on finish. So you save everything. Usually I like to close this and reopen it again before it gets affected on my system. So I have to close this and open it again. Okay, good. So we are able to add this now. So if we go back to our login.axpx, so we said if user is enrolled instructors, we're going to call the instructors table. So TBL instructors table adapter instructor should be new instructor table adapter, right? And then we're going to store a session. So we're going to use a session variable. You can call it instructor ID should be instructor dot get instructor ID. So okay, passing in the username as parameter, passing in the username parameter. So we get that, and then so it's going to be also the same thing if user is in roles students. So let's put else if. So else if roles dot is user in role username dot text students. We have a TBL students new TBL students table adapter, and then we also store a session. So we call these students. Okay, let's use small s, student ID should be students that get student ID using username dot text, and then the rest of the code is true. It's the same. So I just copy that and paste it here. So now let's log out and try to log in again. Let's log out and try to log in again. Let's click on login. Just log in with the instructor details, credentials. Okay, good. So that means we've successfully started the session, and we can use that. So now the next thing is for us to add courses, right? The next thing is for us to add courses. So when you click this button, it's supposed to take you to add courses. So I'm going to code that. We go to add courses in instructors, or we'll go to our sites, or add courses rather, on the instructors, and then so we say BTN and new course. So on click, create this event, which is here. So it's multi-view, set active view to be view 2 as a second view. So I'm gonna refresh that. We can refresh this page again. Now let's click on add course. So we'll click on add course. Good. So here we can add in our course title and then our course details, and then we save and continue. Okay, all right, then so we're going to look for a course material and then paste it there so we can save and continue. But before doing that, if we go back to add courses I want us to look at the save and continue button. This is it, so I can name these ETN save 1. Save and continue. Okay, now this is save 2. The first one here is save 1. ETN save 1. And then here we have ETN save finish. Okay. But I'm thinking, should we have okay, all right, it's okay. It's okay. Now that we have these like this, if there's a name, it's a text title, and then we can leave this as HTML editor 1. Where is it? Okay, we'll give it a name. Okay, now we can say HTML, because the HTML control HTML contents. HTML contents. Okay, so we have this now. Let's refresh this page. And now the course material. So let's just search for a course material online. Let's go to Google. Let's say about coronavirus. Okay, just want some information about coronavirus disease in the world. So let's look at this. Let's also look at this. Let's also look at this article here. This is from World Health Organization. Okay, we can pick this. Okay, let's let this loads finish. We have some nice courses here. I think that we can download and use. Okay, it is an image. You can see here's an image. Okay, so let's say the course title is this: protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. So we'll pick this, and then so one courses here, right? Click add courses. click on add courses. So the course title is this: protecting yourself and others from the spread of COVID-19. And then let's assume this is the course material. So we're just going to pick all this. Just pick all these. Let's pick it up to this point. So I copy this and then I paste this here. Good. So you can see that's the beauty of the HTML control. You can see everything is nicely formatted the way we want. So let's say this is the course material. Now the next thing is for us to save and continue, but we've not coded that yet. Just did this so that you get to see how powerful this HTML control is. Now if we go back to add courses and let's say the button save and continue one, so I'll click create a new event. Using E-Learning table adapters. So here now we can see we can put these in a try and catch block. So say try and catch exception EX. So TBL, okay, good. So we've not added that table adapter for now, so we need to add that. So if we go here, we add, right click on the empty space, go to table adapter, go to next query builder, refresh this in case we've made any changes to our database. Then we go to courses, TBL courses. We add that and then we click on close. So we select all that is needed and we click on OK. And we click on next. We uncheck this, click on next, and then we finish. So now we're able to add this course item, bring this course to our table. So like I usually do, I usually close this and we open it again. So we're going to add courses.aspx, and now we say TBL courses. I'll call this now is new TBL courses table adapter, and then say courses. So insert. So the instructor ID now, if you remember, is the session we have. So it's an integer, and I will say this instructor ID. So what I think we need to convert this to an integer. Convert to integer. course title should be a text title or text, and then course content should be HTML content.html. So, and that's that. Well, if there's an exception, if there's an error, we could always add our error by let's say maybe dropping a label up here to display the error. Of this text, font bold, true, and then for color, let's say maybe maroon, and we can call these LBL error. This is to display any error on our page. So if there's an exception, we say LBL error. Text should be exception to string. Good. So now we can be able to add this course material. So I'm going to refresh these again. Okay, so let's click on add new course. So the course title, we can go pick that again, but first of all, since we have this, let's pick the course content. So we have the course content here, and then the course title, we can say protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. So we copy that, and then we paste that here. Okay, so let's click save, and if there's no error, that means we have been able to save this. So let's click on save. So good. So I think this has been saved. We can look at it here. Look at courses, view our top 200 roles, and you can see we've saved it. I'm seeing something that is wrong here. Instructor ID, I'm seeing 0, and that is not supposed to be the case. So I need to come and check this. But anyway, we'll modify this. We're gonna look at this and modify it. Now we've been able to add the course title and then the course content. So ideally, if we do this, we're supposed to see a response, or okay, now and that's okay. I just need to check why the instructor ID is giving me null. So I believe it should be from here as you're logged in.
go back here and then get instructor ID, right? Let's check that. Let's go to preview data. Let's pass in the username. See, hey, we're getting this. Oh, we're getting it correctly. Instructor ID is 1, so that is correct there. Maybe it's in the storing of session. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Let me display that and see. So let me say response right. Instructor ID. Session.write instructor ID. Should I put the string? Let me put the string and see. So I'm going to log out and try to log in again. To log out and log in again using my credentials. Okay, I'm getting the value 1, so where is the issue? Now let me remove this to string. Probably that's what I didn't use. Click login again. Okay, I'm getting the value 1. So where is the issue coming from? Instructor ID. Let's go to where we said add courses. We have it here. Or is it because I converted it to integer? I'm going to remove this. Yeah, and definitely there's going to be a problem because we need to convert this to integer. Session instructor ID. Instructor ID. It's the same thing. What if I do this? Let's try and add another course and see, and let's log in again. Let's go to add courses. Click on add courses. Let's just type in anything. And click save and continue. Okay, all right, so we have the instructor ID as 1 now. So I can actually delete all these records and start again. So now we're going to enter a clean course. So go to add courses. We go back to what we have here. So course title is protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. Copy that. We're going to add that here, and then we want to add plus these images. Good. And then we save. So good, we're able to add this now, and let's check this. So good, this is correct. So we have this course now. All right, I'm going to pause this video here, where we'll continue in the next session, where we should be able to prepare quiz questions and then prepare answer to the quiz questions, and how we can modify and edit what we have uploaded. So thank you for watching. Okay, we're going to continue from where we stopped in the last video. We were able to add a course title and course content into our application. Now in this video series, we are going to add questions, and then of course answers to we're going to provide answers to our quiz questions. So those are the things we're going to do in this session here. And to do that is very easy, but first of all, before we do that, we need to see the list of all courses we've added once we signed up as a instructor. So that is the purpose of this grid view we have here in the add courses page, the first grid view here. So we need to display that and show the list of courses we've added, and that is very easy. We can just go there. So we say columns, and then we say data column or data text column, and then the field name should be title or course title, course underscore title, and then we can say the caption should be just courses. So that's what we're going to have in our header, and of course is course title. So for each for the logged in instructor. Now if we go to code behind on our page load, we say if there is no post back, then we say TBL courses table adapter courses should be this, and then AXPX grid view 1 data source should be courses get data. Now we're supposed to get data by instructor ID, the logged in instructor, but let's just see what we have been able to do here. Just refresh, let's log in again and see what we have been able to do. I guess I entered the wrong password. Okay, so if we go to add courses, Good, so you can see this is a course protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. But then, like I said, we need to get the course by instructor ID. So we go to add query, click on next, and then we say where instructor ID, instructor ID. So we'll click on next, and then we say get by ID, get by instructor ID, instructor ID. Click on next, and then we click on finish. So it's going to be get by instructor ID. So I can close this and reopen it again. We'll close this and reopen it again. So instead of get data here, we're going to have it like this: get by instructor ID, and then we'll pass in the session, right? So we can just pick this. I have it here. Just pick that and have it here. Okay, now we have this. Now we can see our list of courses once we're logged in, but we can also put a link here to edit those courses, mark questions, edit those courses, add quiz questions and answers. So we can go back to the add courses, and then we are going to we're going to add some command columns like this. So I'm just going to add let's say date column, data item template. So we're going to add a button there, either a button or a link or just anything, but let's add a button there. So I'm going to say add questions, or add quiz questions, and then the same thing, we're going to have add quiz answers. So you can use, we're using two methods for add quiz questions and add quiz answers. So we're using two methods to be able to fix this, to add both quiz questions and quiz answer. Okay, object reference set to an instance of an object. I believe this is session issue, so we can go back to the first page and relog in again and see. Okay, so what's the issue? You can see we're still logged in and we're having an error. So let's look at it again and see what the error is. Get by instructor ID, we have session instructor ID here, and then we are having an error. Okay, anyway, let me log in again and see. Probably maybe that's, let me log in again, log off, and then log in. So let me try and log in again and see. And then put a password. Let's go to add courses. Okay, good. So you can see we can add quiz questions here and add quiz answers. So we should program it that if we click add quiz questions, it should take us to the third multi-view page where we should be able to add quiz questions, and the same thing goes with add quiz answers. So let's come here, and then we're going to program this. So you just say command name should be let's just say question, and then here command name should be answer. Then we're going to have on row command, so the events will be on row command. So the idea is when we click add quiz questions, we get the course ID, and then we can use the course ID to add questions to the course ID. So one easy way we can do this is we can say command argument. We can say command argument, and then we could do this. Could do something like this. Say course ID, because I believe we'll have our course ID there. So we pick the course ID, and then we have the same thing for this command arguments after command name. So we can pick the command argument and use that to be able to add quiz questions and quiz answers. So if we go back to add courses on row command, so we're going to say if e.command arguments command name is a question, then we should we can store the course ID in a session. We can just say session course ID, and then that should be e.command argument so we can store this and then we say multi-view 1, set active view to view 3. Good. Then else if e.command arguments command name is answer, we can also do the same thing. We can copy this, and then this should be view 4. So we have this like this. So let's refresh again, and server tag is not well found, so I believe we did a mistake somewhere. So let's look at that. Data item templates. Let's go back, add courses. So I believe it has to do with the command arguments, and okay, of course this should be one like this. Same thing with this. So I'm gonna refresh this page. Okay, good. So we click on add quiz questions. Good. So you can see add quiz questions. So we can add quiz questions now. So So to the I think we can change this title to be add quiz question 2, and we put the question. We put the question. We need to display the question, because at this point, how are you going to know which question you want to add a quiz, prepare a quiz for? So we can come back here, and that should be we get in the course title. So if we come back to add courses, we need to get the course title, right? And then let's get the course title by saying string course title should be AXPX grid view 1 gets pro values, E, that's visible index, and then the field name, of course, is a course title, course title. And I think we should just display these here. So add quiz question 2, and then we display the question name. So we'll just drop a label here. Just drop a label here. We say label question. Will be a question E, because we also need to do the same thing here. Also need to do the same thing here. Question B. Good. So if we go back here now, instead of this string, I can just say LBL question A text. So the same thing, pick this, you can drop this after here. So let's refresh this and do that again. So click on add quiz questions. So you can see add quiz questions to protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. So this is the question. We can make it bold, you know, by just saying font bold. Should be true. Here too, say font bold. Should be true. Now we're going to bind this grid view to a table, which is TBL questions. So that's what we're going to do. So we need to draw that back into our data sets. So add table adapter. I'll click on next. On next, click query builder. We'll refresh this, and then we go to questions. We add that, close, and click on next, and check this, click on next, and then we click on finish. Then for the answers, click on next, click on next, click on query builder. We'll refresh this, click on answers, we add, and then we close. So we have answer ID, question ID, correct answer option A, option B, option C. Click on next, check this, click on next, and then we finish. So good. So we have these now. The way I figure, I believe we might change our interface a little bit, but it's okay. So we're going to bind this grid view to our list of questions. So we are going to both our insert and our update statements will be binded to that. Okay, let's go back to add courses. I'm just thinking of the best and the simplest way to do this. Okay, let's use session. So good. AXPX grid view 2. What we're going to do is we're going to say data source ID should be object data source 2, and we're going to use the data source ID, which we're going to drop here. I'm going to use an object data source. So if you go to data, we have object data source here. Oh, I'm going to drop this, not here. Drop this after the multi-view. Good. So I'm just going to change this to 2. And then the select statement of these will be gets by course ID. So we'll create a query. So we'll say where course ID is course ID. So click on next. So get by course ID, and then we'll click on finish. So like I said, I can close this and reopen it again. Okay, good. So now we have these. Now the next thing is we can go back to add courses. Come to this, we go to our design view so that we can modify the AXPX grid view 2 to be able to add a list of questions. Okay, so we can scroll down a little. Let's wait for this to get loaded up. So for this to get loaded up, so you can see we're at the design view of what we've been doing. Okay, let's just wait for these to refresh. It's not responding, so let's just wait for this to respond. Just wait for this to respond, and then we can do what we need to do. So it's not responding, and okay, anyway, I still have my object data source 2 here. Here's what I even want to use. This is not responding, so I just have to wait a little for this to come up. Just have to wait a little for this to come up. It's really not responding. It's not responding actually. So let's go back to design view. And then let's scroll down, go to object data source 2, go to configure data source. So we select courses, click on next. Make sure update, deletes, everything is okay. So for select statement, we're going to use get by instructor. We're getting by instructor ID. Now we're getting by okay, sorry. We want to use courses, so still click on this. We want to use our questions rather. So I was a little bit surprised when I saw that I chose courses. Okay, so configure data source, TPL questions, that's what we're interested in. So our select statement is going to be get by course ID, and our update statement, of course, it's going to be this, insert these, and delete these. So we click on next, and then the parameter source, we're going to use the session parameter, and then the session field should be course ID. That's what we have in our session field, right? So we'll click on finish, and this should modify our grid view that we have here. So if we go back to the source, you can see that we have the insert parameter tool. We're supposed to use a session field, so we can actually pick that from here and use. So you can see select parameter, we're using course ID, which we are getting from here, course ID. So I'm just going to pick this, and then update parameters. I'm going to change this and use the session insert tool. I'm going to change that and use the session. So I'm going to save all this, and then I'll add questions to as an instructor, I'm going to add questions to the course material I just added. So I can log off and log in again. I guess these are all the session problems, so you can just restart the app. Okay, let's log off and let's log in again. So I'll put in our username and our password. Now we click on login. Good, so we go to add courses. Alright, so add quiz questions. Protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. Alright, we're able to have this. So we need to add our command buttons to be able to add these questions, and that is very easy. We go to our grid view here. We don't really need to show this, so we can say visible, false, the course ID too. We say visible, we toggle the visibility to be false, and then our command column, we can show new button in header, make this true. Show edit button, I'll make this true. I'm not going to add delete button, let's just show new and edit button. We're going to add delete. You can add delete button to your own interface if you deem it necessary to be able to delete questions, but I feel questions should just be edited if the question you set is not right. So I'm going to refresh this again. So we'll go to add quiz questions, and then so we're talking about protecting yourself from the spread of COVID-19. Well, let me just look at the whole document and see the questions I can ask. So the first one is okay, I'll just ask questions based on all this. So I'll say how can you protect yourself and others from COVID-19? So that should be the first question. So the first question should be how can you protect yourself and others from COVID-19? Okay, there's a problem. Couldn't find a generic method insert that has a parameter, course ID, and question. So I believe maybe we let's look at it. Object data source 2. Okay, session name is course underscore ID. Session name here is course underscore ID, while the session field is course ID. So I think we'll have the same thing for parameter, for select parameters, course underscore ID. So we save this. Okay, and then I can copy this question again. just refresh this again. And then we'll go to add questions. Oh, what am I doing? Then okay, the name of the session is this, and the field is course ID. I believe that's where we got it wrong. Let's it's not responding. Let me try and round up this tutorial, and let me try it with the select statement. So let's see course ID here, and then the name is this. Sometimes I do forget, I do mix them over. But let's run this. If it runs, then we change the remaining to be the same thing we have here. So I'm going to refresh this. Okay, good. So that means this is course underscore ID, and this is like this. This is course underscore ID, and this is like this. So okay, so I'll still refresh this. So add a new question. So I'm going to change the question. So one method for protecting yourself, from COVID-19 is, and then updates this question one. Well, I'm really having, what's the problem? Could not find a generic method insert that has a parameter course ID and question. So what is the issue? Let's look at this question, COURSEID. That's what we have there. It's TBL questions, get by course ID, and then add courses, COURSEID. Insert parameters. So the session field is this. Okay, insert parameters. Yes, course ID and question. And I believe that's what we have. Course underscore ID and question. Course underscore ID and question. Now let's look at this critically. It has to do with this session field and stuff. should be like this. The name is course ID and the session field is this. Save these and let's run this again and see. Let's log off and log in again. Courses. Just click on this button. Okay, that has parameter course ID. I'm mixing this up. Okay, course underscore ID is the parameter. COURSEID, and then if I come to add courses, what I have here too is COURSEID. Okay, so that's that. And then it should be like this then. Okay, let's run this. If we meet the error, I'll have to pause the video. If we see the error again, I'll have to pause the video and I'll check it at my end and see where the mistake is. Then in the next video we'll correct it. Meanwhile, let's refresh this. We say add quiz questions, right? And we have this. Just type something. Click update. Could not find a non-generic method insert that has the parameters course ID and question. So the question is a parameters. We don't have this. Okay, let's look at our database for questions. Let's look at the design. This set as primary key, and then identity specification is set to yes, so that's okay. My suspicion there is correct. Then figure. I want to look at the insert statements for this. I can only see these I'm going to view properties window. property manager, right? Is property manager, is that what I'm looking for? Solution Explorer. Properties window is what I'm looking for. So we scroll down and then we look at the insert command. Click on this little box here. Now here's the insert command. Insert into this course ID questions at course ID and at questions. So why the error then? Insert command is pretty straightforward. Okay, I'll pause this video and then continue in the next video. I'll pause this, fix it, and then just continue in the next video. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to this video series on how to create an e-learning web app in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayuba John Azu. Continuing from the last video, we were trying to add quiz questions to our web application, and then we ran into some few problems trying to get the sessions and all that, the session field, the session name. Well, that has been fixed, so I'm going to show you how I was able to do that. And if we go to add quiz, we're going to see the procedure. So we need to add a question, right? If we go back here and then we go to the ASPS grid view 2, which is this grid view here. So we've already binded to the object data source and the object data source 2, and which is this. So I set the the select parameters. We have this course ID, session field course ID 2, and then the insert parameter, we also did the same thing. Now the issue is the select parameter, this is correct because we already have our session name called course ID that we are picking from here, here. Once you click the button on row command excuse me, on row command, so we have that here, course ID that we're picking here, that's the session name, and then the session field 2 is course ID. So we already have that now. But for the insert parameter, the name we're passing for the insert, if we look at it here, you can see we have course underscore ID. So we're just going to change that to course underscore ID for insert and for update. So we'll just change the name to course underscore ID, and for session or for update 2 we change it to course underscore ID. So I'm going to run this, and like I said, I might even change the interface. I might change the logic a little bit in trying to add questions and answers to our application. So let's refresh this and let's run this. Okay, so we click add quiz questions. So we go here and then we can add a simple question like what method of protecting COVID-19 is. So hit on the update button, so you can see we've added that question here. and then we can go right ahead and ask another question. But the purpose of this session here is to be able to not just only add questions, but add questions and provide the correct answers and other optional answers to questions we are asking. So this is the first question we are asking. It would be a nice thing to provide answer to this question, and we're going to use this table here, TBL answers that we have here. Go to our design. We're going to use this. So for each question ID we have correct answers and the rest. So if that is the case, then if I go back to add courses, it means I can remove this add quiz answers. I don't need that, so I'm going to remove that button, and I'm going to remove the last view for the multi-view. So I'm going to remove this view 4 here. I don't need this again. And then a save and continue button, I don't think I need that too for the view 3, so I'm just going to remove that too. And okay, let's close that. And then if we go back to so I don't think I need these two add quiz, these add quiz answers, so I don't think I need that too, because I'm going to use a nice ASPX control called master grid view, DevExpress control called master grid view. So I'm going to use that logic to be able to achieve what we want to do. So now let's refresh this and make sure that everything is okay. So let's refresh this and make sure that everything is okay. Okay, we have to remove that logic too, the logic of checking the second go to add courses. We have to remove that logic, or the else if logic here. We don't need that, so I'm just going to remove that completely. And then I'm going to save these and then refresh again to make sure that we're able to do away with this error. So let's refresh these and see. Let's click and refresh this and make sure that error is being done away with. I'm going to refresh this. Just wait a little bit. It's taking quite some time, but let's run this and see. Why is this taking some time? Maybe I need to hit the button again. Need to refresh that again. Oh, what is this? Just in time debugger. And close all this because there is a problem here. So I'm going to close all this. It's taking my disk space. Okay, it's as we want it. So we have courses, protecting yourself from and others from the spread of COVID-19. That's the course title, and then you can add quiz to click add quiz questions. You can view the quiz questions that you want to add. So you can edit this quiz question by clicking on this edit button here, and you can add new by doing this. So this is okay correctly. Now we want to add answers to this, and like I said, we're going to use the master grid view, the master detail grid view of DevExpress control. And you go to this URL, demos.devexpress.com, exps grid view demos master detail detail tabs.aspx. So if you come, this is a grid view control, and then you can see a whole lot of things you can do with the grid view control that we have. It's a very powerful control that DevExpress has. So if you come to advanced master detail view, you can see this. You can see this is a grid view with another grid view embedded in it. So we're going to use this logic to be able to answer our to be able to provide answers and other options to our questions. So I like this, so we're going to use this that has this tab like this to make it beautiful for us. So if you come here to AXPX, you're going to see how they provided the demo, and then you can see they have the grid view control here with the data source ID where it's binded to, and then they have the key field name, they have the columns, then they have a template detail row in the template and then they have this nice stuff here. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this detail row entirely, and then we will edit it to fit what we want to do. So I'm just going to copy all these codes they have here, and then I'm going to modify it to fit what we want to do. So you copy that, come to our project, we'll go to add courses, and then here's our grid view, right? So after columns, okay, now we're using the second grid, we're using this grid view rather, grid view 2. So after columns, come here, we have templates, and then you can see we have detail, we have a detail row, which is what they have here, detail row. So we've already picked that, and then I'm just going to paste that here. So now that I've pasted that here now, excuse me 1 minute, let me close this. So now that I've pasted that there, the next thing is to if you look at it, we have a div style with this padding, and we have a page control. A page control enables you to have tabs like what they have here. These tabs here are in a page control. You can see tabs, products, categories, and then addresses. So you can see how nicely they are able to embed a grid view in another grid view. So we have the page control, then so we have the tab pages, and then we'll have the first one. They said it's tab products, so we can just click on this, look at the 3 tab pages they have. We're interested in, we just need only 1 tab page, so I'm going to delete all this, and then okay, I think I need to updates will be installed in 15 minutes. I need to close this. Okay, and you can see, so what they did is they did a deep master detail grid view nesting. In also this grid view, they also have another grid view embedded, so they created this template. So I'm going to remove this, I don't need this. And then the total summary, I also don't need this, but I might need this settings, details, and all this footer here. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to come down here. It's going to be below these templates here. So I'm just going to paste this here. So this will be okay now. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is I will look at so we'll try and make some modifications. So if you see what they have here, they have a key field name, and then they have on before perform data select, and this is what this is the event that is being running on before perform data select, and they have a data source ID that is binded to a data source here. Guys. Kids are just making noise and trying to spoil the video. So like I said, so we're going to change here now. We can just say answers. I'm going to change this to answers.
Sorry, I have a lot of kids. Recording this in the afternoon, so kids are outside playing, and I just hope you're getting me clearly. So I'm trying to increase my voice so you can get to hear me clearly. Anyway, we change these to answers, and then we can change this to answers grid. Let's just follow this whole format that they have. So I can just say answers grid. So data source ID, we are going to use an object data source. So I'm going to say object data source tree, and then I'm going to remove this. So here we're going to have the key field name is going to be answers ID, which we are getting from this table here because we want to bind it to this table. So answer ID. And then if we go here we all know that the key field name for the first one is a question ID, right? Good. So question ID, the first grid view. Now that we're able to do this now, we need to bind this to our grid view like I said. So let's just look at the columns that are needed. We have correct answer, option A, option B, and option C. So I'm just going to change this to fit that since we already have it. So we'll just say correct answer, then option A, option B, and option C. Option A, which is a wrong answer, option B, which is a wrong answer, and option C, which is also a wrong answer. Option C, which is also a wrong answer. So I'm going to remove all these other stuffs here. Property edits, display format currency, I'm going to remove that, so I don't need that. So now we have all this saved. We need to bring our object data source tree. So we come here to our data source, we pick object data source tree, and then we paste it here. So we change it to object data source tree. So this will be binded to our grid view in our master detail control to give us what we want. So okay, then one more thing, I need to add our command column. So I'm going to say show new button in header, change this to true, then show edit button, change it to true. So I'm going to save all this. Okay, now we have our object data source tree here, right? So we just go to the design view and then connect it to our data source. But one thing we need to do before doing that, because we need to get we need to go to our data set and select, because for each question that we have here based on our design from database, this question ID is a foreign key here, so the primary key is in the questions table. So we need to go fix that. We need to go do a select statement where we can select by question ID. So that's what we need to do. Let's wait for this to respond, and then we can proceed from there. She's taking quite some time, so let's just wait for it to respond, and then we proceed from there. Okay, good. So we okay, scroll down and see. Oh, it's not responding, so I'm just going to wait a little bit until this responds. Okay,
Before we do that, like I said, let's go back to our data source, and then we come to answers here. We select by question ID, so we right click on this, go to add query, and then go to next, and then we say where question ID is at question ID, right? Question underscore ID or question ID. So click next. So uncheck this, and then we say get by question ID, get by question ID. So I'm going to go right ahead and click on next, and then click on finish. So we're able to do this now, and that means we need to go back to our design view. For add courses, we need to go back to our design view. I just hope this loads, because usually I need to close this and reopen it again, but I just hope this loads and give me exactly what I want. Anyway, let's scroll down and see. So scroll down here, go to object data source tree. Let's select object data source tree. It's taking quite some resources from my system. I can see the computer is not responding actually. So I just wait for this to respond. So I click on this, configure data source, click on configure data source, good, select answers, because that's what we're dealing with. Go to next, select method, good. So we get this by question ID. So we can leave the update, the insert, and the delete statement. We can leave all this. So click on next, and then parameter source, we're going to use session parameter, and then session field, we're going to say question ID. So we can click finish. So now we're done with this. Okay, so we have this like this now. Object data source tree. Okay, so we've binded this to our object data source, and then let's look what is the next thing to do is okay, good. So here, if we look at what they have here, if we scroll down a little, if you look at what they have here, they have if you look at what they have here, they have on before perform data select. So we're going to use that too. So on before perform data select for the answer grid, we need to get the question ID and store it in session. So on before perform data select, create a new event, and then we'll go to add courses. So this is the event, and if you go to the code behind of what they have in our demo here, because this is a very powerful control and a very powerful method for handling these kinds of scenarios. So you can see on before perform data select, they have one of these. So I'm just going to copy this here. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So here we'll change these now to be question ID. Now the master grid view, which is the grid view at the top, has its key field name as question ID. So we are storing that in session. Now in case you might have an error displaying this ASPS grid view, you just go and import this using devexpress.web. So you just import that. Now let's go back to add courses. Good, so we're able to run that now, and let's see. Okay, one thing that they didn't add that I want to add in mine is this: allow only one master row expanded to be true. So I'm just going to do this like this. So I click on save to save this, and then let's run it and see what we have. So let's run these and see what we have. Go to e-learning, and then I think I can log off and then log back in and try to because I know this session will be lost by now and it might throw an error. So just log off and log back in. So just log off and log back in. Let's log off actually, and so let's log in now. So let's log in, and then username, this is for an instructor. So I log in. Good, so I go to add courses. I go to add quiz question. So this is the course. So you can see I have a small plus button here, so I'm going to click that, and then you can see answers. So I can click on these now. So the question we ask is, one method for protecting yourself from COVID-19 is, we can start by saying regularly washing your hands. This should be the correct answer. Regularly washing your hands. The remaining 3 questions will not be correct, so we say maybe brushing your teeth. Maybe another incorrect answer that I think is we could say maybe hugging people. The incorrect answer again is maybe shaking hands with people, or let's say shaking hands with health workers, something like this. Okay, so we'll click on update. Okay, let's go check. That has been added, but okay, so we're not getting the question ID. Let's go back here. Let's go back to the object data source. Okay, so for the insert and update, we didn't make these changes, so I'm just gonna pick this, and then the name is question_ID here, and then for the update too is the same thing, question_ID here. So we save this, delete these records, and redo that again. So we click on add quiz questions. Let's click on add quiz questions. So the first one, we said regularly washing your hands. That's the correct one. Here we say brushing your teeth. Here we said shaking people. Then here we said okay, we say shaking hands with health workers. Then shaking your friends, maybe just, or hugging people. Yeah, we said hugging people, I remember. We said hugging people. So let's click on update and see. So good. So you can see we have added these. Okay, I'm seeing on the plus button, means I'm going to remove that from the. Okay, yeah, I just only copied it. I'm going to remove this. This is for the second grid view. So you can see now, if we go back here, we refresh this, you can see we've created questions and then we've added answers to it. So here's the question ID 5, and then if we go to questions, if we go to questions, can edit top 200 rows. So you can see the question ID is 5. So we can also add another question based on our article. I think here's what we are reading. Okay. So we can try to get another question here. So okay, we can just say this: advice on safe use of alcohol-based sanitizers. Okay, so we'll just ask a question. We'll say, which is an advice on safe use of alcohol-based hand sanitizer? So we can ask the second question like that. I think my system is getting a little bit slow. Okay. I'll refresh this page. Click add quiz questions. Okay, good. So I'm going to add another question. So I say, which is an advice, which is an effective advice, or which is an advice on safe use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Which is an advice on safe use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. So that's a question. We update that. Now we provide an answer to that by clicking on the box here. So we can just pick one of the answers here. We can just pick the first one. And say, here's the correct answer. Which is, it's a very long answer though. Keep alcohol-based hand sanitizer out of reach of children's reach. I think that should be okay. Let me just delete the rest. Keep sanitizers close to children's reach. Children's reach. Do not even use hand sanitizers. Then we can see option C. We can see drink hand sanitizers. So we update these. So you can see we have updated this. So we have two questions now with with several answers, with two answers. So if you click here, you can see we have two questions for the course ID 3. So we have question 5, question 6, and if we click on this, you can see that for question 6, here's a correct answer, and then these are other optional answers that the students will choose from. So we're able to create courses, create questions to questions or quiz, and provide answers to that. So the next thing now, we're going to create a page where student logs in and then see the course material, and then we get to answer all these questions. So thank you for watching. We'll do that in the next video. Hi, welcome to session 5 on this video series on how to create an e-learning web app in C# and ASP.NET. My name is Ayuba Ojonogwamu, and in this session 5 here, we're going to create the student page where students can view courses created by instructors. They can answer quiz questions, and then they can view their grades. And after that, we conclude the entire video tutorial. So for the meantime, we're able to register as an instructor and log in. So what about a student? So let's try and register as a student and see. Let's go back to the registration page, and if you can recall, I believe we would have done that, coded that registration. Good. So let's go back there and see. So let's register as a student and see what we are going to get. So you click on registration, and then we will register as a student. So okay, so we select the registration type, we select students, and then we say Mustafa and then let's say the username is Mustafa, and the password is this. So we click on register. So good, the student has been registered. So we log in with the student's information. So and we click on login. Good. So you can see what we have here is view courses, which of course is not the same as add courses. But then what I did, I only added one course from one instructor. Let's try and add like 2-3 courses, then we can come to code the view courses, or we can code the view courses and then add different courses. So let's just code the view courses. Now for coding the view courses, we're going to use the card AXPX card view control to be able to do that. So I believe if you click here, we're going to have an empty page. Our resource cannot found, view courses. So we're going to create that page now, and that should be in the students page. I don't need this for now, so I'm going to close that. So here we'll right click on that, go to add new item. So web form, and then here we type in view courses .aspx, click add, make sure it's cited master, and then we have that. So I believe if we refresh this now, we'll have an empty space, we'll have an empty page. So good. So we're going to add just like we did with add courses, but here now we're just only going to view courses. So I can just pick this first 3 stores here. I'll just paste this here. I can see a list of courses. So we're going to drop in our ASPX card view, which is what we have here from our Dev Express control. We're going to drop this here. Just set the width to be 100%, and then we're going to bind these to our TBL courses. So far so good, we're able to just add only one course, but we're going to add a lot of other courses too. So we're just going to display the course title and then the instructor name. So to do that, we are going to create a view called view courses. So you go to right click, go to views, and then click on views, go to new view. We can refresh in case we've made some changes. So add this table courses, and then add this table instructor, and then we click on close. So we're going to select everything we have on courses here, and then the instructor name. So if we click on this, we're going to have one record that displays the instructor name. So I'm just going to name these view courses. And now we save this as it is now. So if we come back to our Visual Studio, we go to our data sets. We can easily add a table adapter. Go to next, click on query builder. So we are refresh, we go to views, so you can see we have view courses here, so we add that, we close, we click on all this, click on OK, click on next, we uncheck these, click on next, and then we finish. So now we can bind these to our ASPX card view control. So if we come here, we say columns. So we are going to add a column, to add a data text column. The field name is we have course name, or course title rather, and then we also have instructor name. Instructor name. Okay, so we have these, and what is remaining now is I think we should display these in a template. to make it much more appealing how we want it to be. So put this in a card template, and then we can format this how we want, but we're just going to do a simple format. I'm going to use my link button to make it easier. So I'm going to drop a link button here, the course name. So I'm going to have this here. It's a course title, right? We'll put a break, and then probably another break. Then we can put these in the div, since we're not going to use this for any calculation. So I can pick these again, drop it here, and say instructor name. Instructor underscore name. So I have these, and then right click on these, view code. So using E-Learning table adapters, if there is no post pack, there is no post back, what's it, TBL view courses, rather view courses table adapter, courses is new view courses table adapter, and expx card view 1 the data source should be, so we get the list of all the courses. So we just get data, the SPX card view 1 data bind. So this way we have a list of all the courses that we want. So we can go right ahead now and view courses and see. So we'll refresh this and see. This might throw error. Probably maybe the session is lost since we're logged in before we made these changes. But let's wait and see. Okay, good. So you can see we have this is the first list of course, protecting yourself and others from COVID-19. Now you could decide to make yours more beautiful by adding an image, you know, that will reflect this. So what we're going to do now, we're going to add some few courses. I'm just going to focus on medical courses for this tutorial. So I'm going to add some few courses, maybe malaria, Ebola, and all other stuffs, and then we will display them here, and then you can read them, view them, and then answer questions regarding them. I can make this a little bit bold. You can say by, you can just say H4 by, and then maybe H3, something like that. So you can see we have these. Good, so this can just be okay. This is okay. Just makes it font bold. True. So the idea now is if we click on these, we are going to see we're going to see the details of these course. So if we click on this button here, on this link here, we should see the details of each course. So you can actually format these to really fit what you want. We can put this whole stuff in a div. We can say style, padding, maybe 10 pixel. All these stuff can be in a div. Not to give more space and to make it you can style it how you want. So good. So this way it's actually better. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to add some more courses to this system, maybe 3 or more courses, and then we see. So the first one I said all about coronavirus, right? Disease, and the second one I can see about malaria disease. Let's just see an article on that. So I'm going to log out and log in as an instructor and add these courses. So I'm going to log in as an instructor. Okay, we're done with this, so I can well, we can even get a whole lot of topics from here. This is World Health Organization. I believe we can get topics here that we can add. Maybe if we come to M, maybe we will see malaria. Let's see. Okay, good. So there are a whole lot of topics here we could pick from. So all right, so let's hit malaria and see. Meanwhile, am I already logged in as an instructor? Wow, cases 228 million. That's more than the total number of people in Nigeria. This malaria is really a problem. Okay, let's pick a topic. I think we have a whole lot of topics here. Let's just health topics. Let's say treatment. Let's click on this. Oh, this is short. I want an article that is a bit long, so click back. I'm just looking for an article. Let me look at this Q&A, malaria and COVID-19 pandemic. While that is opening, I can targeting a malaria-free world. click on elimination. I'm just interested in the topic. There is this will be nice for our questions. This will be nice for our questions, but we're already done with COVID-19, so let's go out of that page. Choose another topic. This topic is not let's go to A. Let's say abortion. First topic there. Let's look at abortion. Okay, good. So this has I can pick this on this lecture. So we add a new course. So add a new course, we click on this. So I can give it a title. I can say all about abortion, and then I can call this overview. Make this bold, and make that bold. I can increase the font size. What's this? Normal. Okay, I make this a heading. Good. So you can see that's the beauty of Dev Express control. So let's say we add this up to this point. We'll come down here. Come here and look at health impact. So I can also pick that. So I come here, I see a health impact. Health impact. Okay, it's 1H. So make that a heading. Then role of WHO. So I can pick these two. I can say role of World Health Organization. So I have this, and I can click save and continue. Okay, that has been saved. Okay, so we should make it that if it's saved, it takes us back to the original to the first page. So let's go back to instructors. Let's go to add courses here. So once it's saved, we say multi-view 1, set active view to be view 1. So we can go back to add courses again, look for another topic. Let's say maybe D, for instance. We'll get diabetes there. Okay, the view is with capital V. Okay, let's look for diabetes. Diabetes. Okay, I want actually want something with an image. Actually want something with an image. Maybe I should go to another website. Why don't I check Healthline? Healthline, is it.com? Let's just check Healthline. Okay, good, healthline.com. So you can see we have 2 courses here, protecting yourself from COVID-19, all about abortion. This is by this lecturer, Yupsi. So you can log into another lecturer and also add courses to that lecturer. But since this is just a simple video tutorial, I'll just focus on one instructor and one student. So there are a lot of articles here that I can pick from. Why don't I pick this? What's the difference between bacterial and viral infections? So we add a new course, click on that while this is opening up. Everywhere is just COVID-19. This is serious. This topic is long. The page is taking time to load. Okay, we can just pick one subtopic inside. For example, we can say viral infection examples. open that topic while we wait for this to load. Oh, this is page is not responding. Let me look for a page that is responding. This page is not responding. Let's look at CDC. And then we have Mayo Clinic. We have medical news today. These are top websites. Then there's WebMD. These are top medical websites. One thing I noticed, WebMD is a little bit slow to load sometimes. Let's look at cdc.gov. Okay, here it is a complete topic on malaria. The last topic was on what? Abortion. Okay, so let's add this topic on malaria and see. Meanwhile, let me look at this page too. So I'm just going to add only one more, then I'm going to shut that. Good. This has an image. This is what I'm looking for, because I just want to display something that has an image. So this medical news today, what to know about malaria. So that should be the topic. So let's pick this. We can just pick from here. Okay, good. Then we can say the topic is what to know about malaria. What to know about malaria. What to know about malaria. So I'm going to paste this. Good, so you can see paste this. It's nicely formatted with the picture and everything just like we want. So I'm just go right ahead and click save and continue. Okay, I know why. What we need to do is we need to refresh back the whole page. So we just say response, instead of setting it back to the multi-view, just say response to redirect to response should redirect to this page. Instructors, add courses .aspx. So that's how this should be done, so that we have a refresh of the page again. So this way we have 3 topics. Let's still look for one. Medical news today. Let's search for maybe okay, diabetes here. Diabetes in women. Let's look for that. So the AXPX grid view HTML control that we have for adding courses, we can add videos there, links to videos and everything that you can think of. So if there's any topic that you have that is a video, you can actually post it there, and then students can view the video. So good. So this is also a good topic. How does diabetes affect women? Let's see this. Okay, it has a picture. Well, I don't think it has a video, but if it does have, then we can also watch it. Anyway, let's pick this topic. I think this page is slowing, my clinic page is slowing everything down. Close that. So I'm going to how does diabetes affect women? That's the project topic. So we can start from here. Copy from here. I want to copy this page without the advertisement, but I see I'm copying it with the advertisements. I'm going to copy this. So the question is, how does diabetes affect women? How does diabetes affect women? So we'll paste this project topic here. And then we also save and continue. Good, so you can see now we have everything. So you can click on each one and add quiz questions just like we did. Well, I'm not going to do that now because of time. So I'm just going to focus on the first one, which is protecting yourself and others from the spread of COVID-19. So let's log off and log in as a student and see a list of courses that we have. So I log in as a Mustafa. My password, click login. So I go to view courses, and you can see here are my list of courses. So I can click any of these courses and view it and read all about it. So in the next session, we're going to view each of these courses, read it, and then answer questions on each of them. So from that we can conclude the video tutorial. So thank you for watching. All right, continuing from where we stopped in the last video, we were able to view courses, that's different courses that instructors might have been able to place. So we have this interface here where students can view different courses. Now what we need to do in this session here is to be able to see the details of courses. So for example, like this course, you can click on it as a student, you see the details of this course, and then you should also be able to answer questions that has to do with this course. So that's what we're going to do in this session here. And then if we go back to our Visual Studio, we have the view courses page. So we're going to have an on-click event, so that once you click this link button here, it takes you to our view course details page. So I'm gonna have these on-click events here. So we'll just create a new event, and then the command argument rather should be the course ID. So command argument should be the course ID. So this should be the course ID. So once we click that, we get the course ID, and then we should be able to use that to view course details. So if we come here, we can do this with a link button, say LNK, and then we cast this. Send. So we store session course ID, and it should be this dot command argument. So the response should redirect to so we should go to students, and then so we should just say course details, right? So there's a course details.aspx. So but we've not created this page, so we're going to create that now. So we'll go to students, course details.aspx. So I'll go right ahead and save this. So now we come to students here, and then we create go to add new item, and then we create course details. So we say course details.aspx. So make sure you cite the master, click OK. So we can just pick any of our stuff here, and then let's say course details. So we're going to use a grid view. We'll see the course content. Then after that, we should also be able to see the questions, and then the different answers that the user can select and then make his answers. So we're just going to drop a grid view here. We go to our data and analytics. We pick a grid view. So we'll drop a grid view here, and then we say width should be 100%. Header column. Oh, I don't want to display header column. So okay, we'll come to that later. So we have this grid view here. We are going to display our I'm just going to make it a templates control, and then we're going to display our course title, and our course. So this is div style, say padding, give space, so we say maybe 15 pixel all around. So we're going to display our course title and our course content. So the first one will be course title. We can put that in a H, maybe H2, and then we can do this. Course title, course title, and then I can put a break, put a div, and then I just copy this, and then I say course content. Right. I really want to remove the column headers, so settings, should be in settings. The settings, show column headers. Okay, good. Settings, show column headers should be false. But here's what I want to display. Now that I have this, I go back to my code behind, and then we say using E-Learning table adapters. So if it's not post back, there is no post back, then we say TBL courses table adapter. My courses should be new TBL courses table adapter ASPS grid view 1. The data source should be iCourses, and get by course ID. Now I believe you've not created this, so you can come here, and because I created this while I was testing, so you can just come to TBL courses, and then you create this query. Just show you. You go to configure, I'll show you what the query is. So you go to add query, and then you create it where course ID is equals to this. So that's how we're able to get that. So we're going to pass in our session, which of course is a course ID, and then I believe we need to convert this to an integer. So we say convert to integer, and then we say ASPS grid view 1 dot data bind. So we have these like this now. Good. So now we can view this. I can view our course details by maybe logging in again, and if the session is still maintained, but I doubt, but let's try it. Okay, let's view courses and see. I just hope the session is still maintained, but let's just try that. Okay, I guess it's maintained. So you click on any of the courses, and then good. So you can see we have the course details. So you read these, you can see with the images nicely formatted and all that. So the next thing will be to display the questions. Let's view another course and see. Let's go to all about there. So we have these two. You can see even with the image. So you read all these and then you can answer questions on these. Okay, so the next thing now will be to display the questions for each of the courses where students can now view the questions and answer. And one thing, like I said, it's you can actually modify these. You can add images to make it more beautiful, just like how if you go to education ecosystem, you'll see different videos with a splash screen, who created the video with a splash screen, all that, and then you click, you can view the video. So with the HTML control, we can also add videos to our course materials alongside text. But the thing is, we just have a link to the video. For example, I could add a course and then pick the link from education ecosystem and add it to my HTML control, and then you can view the video here. Just only that the video is not hosted with us, we just only have the link. So that's how powerful the ASPX HTML control is. So the next thing now is we're going to display the questions for each courses, and if we go here, we can get each questions by course ID. We've already done that, so we'll get the course ID and then we can get different questions from that. So what I think we need to employ is we can employ the master detail, the master detail grid view control. We can actually take that. We can actually do that. So I can just come here and then pick these what we've done here. We have a master detail relationship, the grid view control, so we can borrow that and then use the same thing. So just go right ahead and copy this. So I go to course details, ASPX, and then I can drop a header. I can say maybe I put a break, and then I say H3 is attempt quiz questions. You know, then we can even put a HR horizontal rule, and then we paste these. So we can now do modifications. First of all, I don't need an object data source for this, so I'm going to remove this, which is the first thing I'm going to do. And then of course okay, I need the question, and then yeah, I need this, but I'm going to change these columns. I don't need this, like this. So I'm going to use the template control to modify it to how I want it to look like. So data row. So I'm going to create a table. I'm going to create a table. This is style, width is 100%. So I'm going to drop each of the options here, and I'm going to use my ASPS checkbox, my ASP.NET checkbox rather, and then the text property of this will be and then the first one is the correct answer, right? So I'm going to say correct answer, correct underscore answer. So the user is going to check to pick the one that is correct. So TD, I think I should also put a padding here too, maybe 10 pixel. So drop your checkbox. And pick this. option A, right? Option underscore A. And option underscore B. Option underscore C. So then I'll have to register this event again, so I'm just going to do this. And before perform data select, and then I'm going to bring the object data source tree that I have here and then also use that to our advantage. So that is in add courses, right? Picked it from add courses here. Object data source tree gives us connects us to the questions and answers. So I'll go ahead and drop these somewhere here. And then I don't need the update because I'm not making update, but of course I need the select. I don't need insert and delete also, so I'm going to remove the delete method, remove the insert method, and then remove also the update method here. Also the update method. So now what we have is the select method that selects get by question ID. So since we're talking about question ID, it means the first master grid control will have this as question ID. So on before perform data select, we are going to get the question ID for that. So if we go back here, if we go back to add courses, you can see we've already done that here. So I can just pick that. I can just pick this, which is exactly what we did previously. So, and then okay, good. So I need to import DevExpress system.web.devexpress. So using devexpress.web.asps devexpress. What's this ASPS grid view class? Devexpress.web.aspx grid view. No. Okay, using devexpress.web. Okay, we'll continue all the whole class to XPS grid view. All right, then now we have this. So let's run these and see. We can refresh and start again. So we'll go to view courses. And then we click on these. Good. So we have the courses. Okay, we need to remove this command button. I can see we're not getting the course ID. Okay, that's because we've not done that. But first of all, I'm going to remove these command button here. We don't need that. I don't need the command button. And then I also think we should set and show column header. We should also remove that. We don't need to see the column headers for the grid view. We're just only interested in seeing the questions. So even for the second grid view too, so for the second grid view, we are going to get all the questions by course ID. So we say TBL questions table adapter, question new TBL question table adapter, So ASPX gridview2.data source, which is the gridview2 is the questions grid view. So we get by course ID, in which we can pick what we have here and then paste that here. And I'll say ASPX gridview2.databind. Correct. So we have this, and then that means we can rerun this again. Let's go to view courses. And let's click on this. So we see the course details, and then you can see attempt quiz questions. So you can see one method for protecting your COVID-19 is, we click on that, and then we answer the questions. So you can check anyone that is correct and all that. Now you can use the radio button here actually just to check for single checking, but I'm gonna leave this as an assignment for you. If you have a question, you can drop it on the my comment section so that we can see how we can solve this together. I want you to be able to add these to your database. One hint is you could drop a button here where the user selects each question and then click on the button, and you save the user's answer on this table here, table grades. So if you come to table grades, so you save it here with logged in student ID, which we already have, the course ID, the question ID, the student answer and the correct answer. So if the student answer and the correct answer correspond together, it means the student has answered the question correctly. If not, the student has answered wrongly. So you can also click on this to answer the second question. You can see which is an advice on safe use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. So you can answer all these questions. So with this we've come to the end of this video tutorial where we're able to create an e-learning web application in ASP.NET C#. So like I said, this just gives you tips on the iceberg. You can modify this to fit into your scenario, but if you want to create an e-learning web application, these are the procedures, standard procedures that you need to follow to have everything up and running. So once again, my name is Ayuba Ochanuguamu Azu, and thank you for watching. Bye bye.